Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden, and welcome to a listed stream. We do this every Friday. We're going to be working on an app that allows users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. It's called Listed. It's built with SvelteKit. We have integration here with Auth.js. You can choose your account, and then you can create lists of YouTube channels. For instance, I have the Coding Garden Universe channel. It has both the archive channel and the main YouTube channel. And it puts all of those videos into a single feed like this. And then, what's up, Greg? Thank you for that resub. Appreciate you. We've got some other, like, you can do create a lot of different kinds of lists. You can see I like to watch Good Mythical Morning or GMM, and this list has the channel, a lot of their channels. So it has the main channel, the Good Mythical Morn channel, Ear Biscuits, Rhett and Link, and now it puts all of the videos from all of those channels into a single feed. Also, you could do things like create a JavaScript list. So this has Traversy Media, Web Dev Simplified, and Developed by Ed all in a single list. So this is the app that we're building. Today, I think we're going to work on editing an existing list. So I should be able to go in here, click Edit, add or remove channels, change the name, change the description, that kind of thing. That's the plan for today. But welcome in, everyone. Good to see you. I'm frustrated because my apps were broken. Yeah, and also like you should be able to delete the list as well. Absolutely. We'll add all of that on the edit page. I think basically what we'll do is we'll have the create page. Yeah, I'm upset. I'm trying to just move forward. We have the create page, and basically we're gonna probably reuse this, but we'll just pre-populate it with the info from the list itself. Though, I mean, I would consider an edit page that like basically just turns all of this into an edit form. Probably not though. I think we're gonna reuse the create page. Like instead of create, it'll be edit with an ID, and then this will be pre-populated with all of the stuffs. So that's the plan. Yeah. So and we need to work on like and what we're working on right now is basically like the management of lists and everything else. Oh no, just all of my stuff was broken, and then it literally took me like 30 minutes to fix, and then I timed out Timon, and I feel bad about that. And, it's just unfortunate because like I'm ready to go live, and then everything just starts breaking, and things took longer than I thought they would to fix. Yeah, we have not worked on the actual interaction with the list itself, and I'm a Sil. Thank you for that resub. You subbed at the start. That's awesome. Life of a streamer, yeah. But the actual user experience of watching videos, we have not worked on that yet. You can click on a video and it embeds it, shows all the details, but that's it. There's so many things we want to add to this page, like sorting by view count or sorting by duration or filtering out and not showing shorts or sorting by like count. And then also like automatic, like autoplay. So it goes on to the next video after one completes. And then it would also be really cool. So like, let's say you have like a list that has several YouTube channels on it. Maybe sometimes you don't want to watch one of the channels, but you want to keep them in the list. So there should be a filter that says, oh, well, let's just hide this channel from the list down below, that kind of thing. Thanks, Timo. I felt bad because it was like a rash decision to just like immediately time you out. I don't know, but basically, like I hadn't sent any of the notifications because I wanted to fix the other thing first, and then finally, when I got it fixed, then I had the time to um, go send all the notifications. Yeah, so that's the thing. All it's going to take is YouTube to just add this feature. Like, why wouldn't they add this feature? What we've already talked about as well, the kind of analytics you could do. Like, basically, I've created this list with these channels, and then someone else might create a list with. Wait! Did it unmod you? Is that real? Is that really what happens when you time out a mod? It removes their moderation abilities? Okay, I'm really sorry. I'll try not to do that again. What was I saying? Yeah, all it would take would be for YouTube to add this feature. I think that's what I was saying. Let's welcome in everyone. I'll say hi to everybody, and then we'll start working on this edit page. Um, Here we go. Same thing happened to Oscar. Is Oscar a mod? Steady, thank you for the prime. Wait, how long has Oscar not been a mod? A month? Why didn't he say anything? And Roga, thank you for that resub. Graduated with distinction. Heck yeah. Wait, did I just ban him? I meant to mod him. I meant to mod him, not to ban him. Oh man. Wait. Where's his mod badge? Does the user command not show a mod? Yeah, there's the moderator badge. I think it's just cached. He refuses to mod. But yeah, congrats, Roga. Probably all credits. Come on, you put in the work. Have you thought about using OpenAI API to get recommendations based on channels you like? I don't know how that would work. Because I don't know what data it's been trained on to, and it would just be like channels that it's already been trained on. Wait, you were never a mod. Yeah. So after I refreshed, I think it should have come back. There we go. There we go. Yeah, what's up, Avi? Am I up for Google I/O and Microsoft build? Honestly, I don't care. I didn't. I also didn't watch the Vercel launch and news. I don't care. That's my opinion right now. So I don't care. Um, and Acid Spark, thank you for that 37 months. Who says party, party, party? HTTP 404, thank you for the 8-month resub. And Greg, thank you for the 36 months. I'm a Seal, Stoddy, Roga, thank you all. Appreciate the supports. The Versal stuff is awesome. It seems fine. There was let me find this site. I don't know what more was announced. I do know that there was like the database offering and then like the storage offering. Yeah. Yeah, so Postgres, like row level security is built into Postgres. So yeah, I think, and I saw your message in the Discord. I think it would support that. But the important thing to note is it's just a repackaging of Neon, which is a service that lets you do like serverless Postgres. There it is. Now again, I don't know what else was announced, but Automated, who actually streams over here on Twitch, he made this site where you have the Versal offering on the left-hand side, and then you have the thing that they're basically repackaging, and it's kind of insane. The markup and the differences in the service offerings. Yeah, if you need a serverless Postgres, you should probably just get it directly from Neon rather than from Versal. First off, shout out to Automated. Go drop a follow. He does lots of real cool stuff. Second of all, check that out. And so yeah, honestly, when we deploy, we'll probably use Neon, because they have a good free tier. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. All right. What do I do? I honestly I need to like take a breather. I need to recenter myself and also get motivated for what we're about to do, because I with the start that I had today, I don't feel like working on this. I guess I just power through it. Yeah, so I think that a lot of the companies that have free tiers, I think ultimately it's to it's marketing, right? Like basically that's part of their marketing budget, because developers will try it out, and then if they like it, they'll potentially talk to their employer about like purchasing it or using it. Oh, no worries, Bram. Thank you for dropping in. Exactly. And so like if you move past the free tier, they expect that you will pay for the larger tier. That's a good idea, Greg. Let's honestly, okay, we're gonna move into just chatting, and we're gonna take a break before we've even started. And we're gonna go play City Guesser. That's what we're gonna do. Oh, thank you. Burned out beyond burned out. Yeah. Or hear me out. Do a coding challenge first. What if we're gonna play City Guesser, but here's what I want you to do is I want you in the chat to come up with ideas for YouTube content. So like for like 2 years ago, I was doing a bunch of speed runs, and those did really well. I guess I could try to do another speed run. Bad ideas are fine. They're fine. Actually, Vox was broken too. Okay. Do exclamation mark submit if you have an idea. Competitive eating? If you have an idea for something that could be a YouTube short or a speed run or some kind of easily created, like some kind of YouTube content that I can prepare with little preparation in under an hour. So here's the thing, like, I mean, and I've also trying to think about last one to leave the circle, but I've been trying to think about like potential clickbait style titles that are not clickbait, because these, if you look at YouTube content, these videos do so well. The ones where it's in the title and it's like, everything you know about TypeScript is wrong, or everything you know about React is wrong, and everyone clicks into it because they're like, oh, I don't want to be wrong. So yeah. ESLint config with Airbnb. Actually, no, I do have some ideas then. Actually, is it just exclamation mark idea? Deploy Express app with Vercel. Everything I know is wrong. Everything you know about being wrong is wrong. Yeah. Like doing stable diffusion locally. Yeah. Yeah, use exclamation mark idea so I don't lose it. And I'm gonna go play a game now, but I'll come back. Wait. Okay, here they are. Great. Exclamation mark idea. We'll figure out something, and basically I'm trying to improve my YouTube game, because if you look at if you look at my recent videos, viewership is way down. and I need to do something to get viewership back up because I think like the other thing that I basically lost track of is like my channel was constantly growing, and then probably for like the past at least year and a half it's been very stagnant. um and ultimately, to keep the views up, you have to keep the channel growing because people, even though people are subbed and like I have a pretty big sub count, a lot of people just aren't on YouTube anymore, to like don't watch my channel anymore. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of critiques you could make about my thumbnails, my titles. I am trying to walk the line. I don't even know if I'm if I'm walking the line, but I'm um I guess I'm not walking the line because I'm not even really attempting to make it clickbait or make it more YouTube-esque. But the thing is, like, most of my videos aren't like they're not the same kind of videos that you find on YouTube. Because I don't have a script. I um um what else? Yeah, I don't go by a script. Everything is mostly off the cuff. There's like very little like editing, if anything. Um so yeah. Start talking about stuff. Drama. How many cans of beans can be eaten in an hour? You know what would be content? Eating a can of expired beans, because my beans over there. I don't know if you can see them in this scene. I guess you can't. They're over there. They expired in 2019, those beans. So, trends, yeah. Honestly, yeah, I think like probably like my doing svelte stuff is probably um very trendy. We'll get picked up. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think that's the other thing is like I'm basically right now I'm just focusing on shorter form content, not even short form content, because it's actually really hard for me to make a 60-second video without a lot of work. Um, but basically videos that are 20 minutes or less are what I'm shooting for, because my longer form content, like I know that it's hard to watch, but honestly this is not the content that I'm pushing anymore. Like it used to be that's all my YouTube channel was basically VODs of live streams, and they got lots of views, but um there's not that anymore. But yeah, I know the discoverability and searchability of my longer streams, that needs some work. But I'm talking about a completely separate thing entirely, because if people don't even want to watch my 20-minute videos, they're definitely not going to want to watch my 2-3 hour long videos. Um, yeah, and I think, I mean, people could definitely benefit from chapters, but that also takes time. Like it literally takes, like if you're watching on 2x speed, it takes at least half the amount of the video length to even create chapters. Yeah, yeah. Historical feats. Uh, yeah, I'll look at both of them in a second. Yeah, the YouTube ads are more aggressive than 2 years ago. I could get that. Yeah, yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of shorts either, but that's just kind of the thing. It's basically like I think the strategy nowadays is you create the shorts, which leads people to your longer form content. Yeah, exactly what Shaw just said. Yeah. No, I don't think it's being negative. I think like, I mean, you have to think about just like YouTube in general. Like just because one person is posting videos about a thing doesn't mean you can't post videos about a thing too. Um, so for sure, yeah, Joy of Code is doing definitely a really good job of like svelte related content. But there's definitely some things that I've done with SvelteKit and like integrating with various libraries and stuff that Mattia hasn't talked about. So like that's like an angle that I could take. Um, but like just in general, there's a lot more YouTube creators these days too. Yeah. It's not that they don't want to watch it, it's that the thumbnail and title doesn't bait them enough. Yeah. I doxed a lot? What do you mean, like, revealed keys and stuff like that? What's up, St. Lolek? And hello, St. Lolek's girlfriend. Welcome in. I don't know about that. I honestly think as a beginner, what drove me to YouTube to scour for videos was finding those longer videos. Didn't want the 5-minute breakneck speed stuff. Yeah. Um, and that's true. I think that's the other thing is like positioning. Like, my audience typically starts off as beginners, but I've been around long enough that now a lot of that audience aren't beginners anymore, so the beginner related content doesn't interest them anymore. Yeah. No, it's fine, Rogue. I appreciate your opinions. Give myself the constraint of using just the terminal. I like that. Do exclamation mark idea or submit for that. Like, I've seen some people create like UIs in the terminal too. That could be interesting. What's up, baby? Welcome in. All right, let's guess some cities. We're gonna go USA first. Um, but if you know the answer in the chat, just say it. It's okay. We're all playing this game together. Amasil says, I personally like watching someone build an app start to finish. Yeah, and like that's the tricky part too, right? Like ultimately, I could take all of the learnings of listed and like try to distill it down into a single video, but like there's no way I could build this thing start to finish in a single 2 or 3 hour video. Like I've just done so many other things. Um, so yeah. ChatGPT to solve this? You mean to solve like this city guesser? Is that what you mean? Let's go. All right. Is this Las Vegas? I don't recognize El Dorado. Um, does anyone know where the El Dorado Casino is? Is it Reno? What's up, Irossum? It is Nevada. It is Reno. Good job. Huh. Great work. Fascinating. Let's if we get stumped, let's try it, Roga. This is New York City. That's a New York City cab. This is Broadway, 42nd. New York. New York. Oh yeah. Real programmers use a stone and a chisel. All right, yeah. So we've got 2 in a row. Let's see if we can. Let's try to see what streak we can get with 0 wrong guesses. Well, I guess you're right because technically I typed NY instead of NYC. The break from app build is I'm trying to make sure that uh a bit more positive when we actually start writing some code. Oh, I see. State streak 4, city streak 1. Wait, does it save my past progress? Okay. Let's see if ChatGPT can help us with this. No, a mental health pause. Yes, exactly. We'll see. I'll probably tell it. You are a chatbot playing, or no, you are someone playing a city guessing game. I will give you hints, and you try to guess what city we're looking at. Something like that. Cool. All right. I guess we should probably use version 5. You are going to help me play a city guessing game. I am watching a video of a random city in the United States. I will give you details. I see. You should ask me for further clarification or make a guess of the city and state name. You should ask me for further clarification and details or make a guess of the city and state name. Okay. They're ready. They're ready. The first detail I see, okay, so I see the corner of Oak Street and Broadway. The street signs are green. I can't read this thing here. Yeah. The crosswalk has painted lines perpendicular to the crosswalk lines. How would you describe this crosswalk? Because this probably is very unique. Typically, crosswalks don't have the painted lines on the outsides. Yeah, so I'd say it's shaped like a ladder, but I like saying it has board. The crosswalk has borders. There is a Valero gas station across the street. It wants more details. Let's just keep watching. Ladder. So this is a ladder crosswalk. I've never seen it before. I think the traffic lights are green. Green on a wire. I'm drinking Club Mate. It's a German carbonated mate beverage. And no worries, Veeb. Welcome in. Oh yeah, we should look at the license plates. I played the video some more, and we are now at the corner of Oak and William. Sure. Yeah, I mean, is there something wrong with being in GPT-4? Isn't that better? Past a library? Or did I say GPT-5? Yeah, that's not a thing. GPT-4. I guess I only get 25 prompts in a day. Isn't that a thing? Oh, we'll switch to 3.5. Oh, okay. Okay, so Interstate 190 and oh man. I did not mean to click that button. There should be a confirmation of the one tab button. There's no way we can get back. There's no way. Oh, man. Question from War Control. Random question about ESLint. Does the one come pre-configured with Vite good, or should I configure my own? It's probably good enough if you like that style. I only recently saw that Vite actually gets generated with ESLint now. They just added that, so I don't. I'm pretty sure it has some good sensible defaults. All right, let's try again. We'll do GPT 3.5. And give me a second. I'm gonna copy my prompt from the previous one. All right, this is GPT 3.5 now. Sure, I'd be happy to help you with a city guessing game. Okay, here we go. The video shows walking down a street which looks like traditional American buildings. I don't know. How would you describe this? This is like Main Street, USA. Brick buildings. Dakota Sky Store. Cobblestone. Shows walking down a street with a brick cobblestone road. The buildings are brick. There is a store with the name Dakota Sky Store. What do you got? Are there any other buildings or landmarks? Are there any distinct street signs? Let's see. Downtown Disney. Here's I now see Gold Dust Gaming. There is now a place called Gold Dust Gaming. It is possible that you're in a historic district or downtown area of a city. Can you please tell me if you see any tall buildings or skyscrapers in the distance? Are there any bodies of water visible? There are no skyscrapers visible. Is this a... There might be a small green mountain in the background, but I can't tell for sure. If there are any flags, banners, or signs visible that could provide clues to the city and state. Yeah, the clarifying questions are pretty cool. What's another state where gambling is allowed? These are casinos. Oh, Elks. Is that like a sports team? No, this is a building. I don't see any flags or street signs. Well, there's a street sign coming up. We are passing a building with a sign that says elk. Deadwood, South Dakota. Okay, so this is fascinating. Given the presence of a historic district, brick buildings, and small independent stores, along with the lack of skyscrapers, listen, I never said small independent stores, but that's kind of what we're looking at. Along with the lack of skyscrapers and possible presence of a small mountain in the background, my guess is that you might be in a city in the Rocky Mountain region of the United States. One city that comes to mind on this description is Deadwood, South Dakota. The store, Dakota Sky Store, and Sign for Elk are both located in Deadwood. Well, then why didn't you just say that? Nice. Nice. That's fascinating. So, I mean, I think it pretty much it's almost like it could have guessed it earlier, right? If it was just if I would just directly ask what city has Dakota Sky Store and Gold Dust Gaming, it probably could have told me. But yeah, that's awesome. Great. That was correct. It's known so Deadwood, South Dakota. It's known for its gold rush history and gambling heritage. I hope you had fun playing the city guessing game, and feel free to reach out if you want to play again in the future. Let's keep playing. I didn't mean to put it in all caps. But only ask one clarification question at a time. And guess as soon as possible. But let me know your confidence level. Why are you screaming? Okay, next one. All right. I see a park with green trees and a what do you call this, metal clock? There are parking meters that are green and look lower than normal. Right? That looks like a pretty low parking meter. Or is that an average height? My best guess is Savannah, Georgia. There's no way it gets this right. Okay, I was about to say. um, that's cool that it guessed earlier, though. That's awesome. Let's keep going. It was not in Georgia. I will play the video more and then give you some details. It says, take your time. Oof. There is a store called Taylor and Hook. My guess for the city is and state name is Portland, Maine. Oh, it's Maine, but it's not Portland. Portland is a small city known for its historic district. Close. Okay. It is Maine, but Portland is not the city. It's called Sailor? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Newport, Rhode Island? The state is Maine. Yeah, Portland is wrong, though. All right. Is this Leary's Irish pub? Leary's Landing. It was not Portland, but it is in Maine. I see a store called... Wait, did it just restart? What happened? Well, Ivy Manor Inn. Did I not pause? Okay, I pause now. I'm really messing up today. The video played without me see it. But now I see Ivy Manor Inn. Bar Harbor, Maine. Yeah, so Ched guessed that. Did someone else guess that? Where was it listed somewhere? Cool. That was it. Great work. This might be an apple tree. Spring snow flowering crab apple tree. Okay, let's play again. I see a tree with white flower buds. Or flower blossoms. You were there last year, Chet? That's cool. Ooh, there's an AT&T building. I see a big AT&T building with no windows. There is an ATT logo at the top. Dallas, Texas? Not Texas. It is not Texas. I will keep watching the video and let you know more. Some apple trees look like that, yeah. I see them all. They're all over Denver, Colorado, which is where I'm at. Confidence score? I'm open to it. Oh, we missed. There's probably something decent on that sign. Now automate so the AI plays on its own. Well, you could combine this with. I mean, I know Midjourney has this now. With Midjourney, you can give it an image and it'll give you back a description. I don't know if there's other tools that can do that. It's cute. I tell it that'll come back. No problem. Take your time to observe the surroundings and provide me with more details. But yeah, like we could take a frame of the video, describe it, and then pass it in. Oh, it's Oklahoma. Um, I see uh, a sign with um, my confidence level for this guess is still moderate. Can you give me your confidence? Anytime you give me a confidence level, can you give it to me on a scale of 1 to 100? 100 being fully confident. Is it Tulsa? Oklahoma City? With a confidence level of 80. All right, it's Oklahoma. Hey! That was right. You should be more confident. Awesome. All right. Next one. All right. Let's play another. I spelled another wrong. That's fine. Looks like we are in a building or in a courtyard of a building. There are. Looks like we are in a courtyard of a building. Or right outside a building. There are tropical plants and palm trees. We are walking on a concrete sidewalk. Play using Bard? Sure, sure. It's guessing Miami, Florida. What? You didn't give me a confidence level on a scale of 1 to 100. Confidence level 60. 60 is too low. Let's... Oh, only guess if your confidence level is above 75. Let's keep watching the video. Okay. I said something like that earlier, like provide a confidence level. Ooh. It looks like we are actually outside a building and not in a courtyard. There is a Mad Dog British pub. You should always use a confidence level on a scale of 1 to 100. Do not use moderate or other words like that. I'm drinking a thing called Club Mate. It's a carbonated mate beverage. And toasted cheeses. Thank you for the 28 months. All right, its confidence level is 80 out of 100. Tampa, Florida. It's not Florida. It is not in Florida. Toasted Cheeses is a founder. Thank you, thank you. Is this San Antonio? It is Texas. It's Houston? I see Houston Street. San Antonio has like this little river thing and like a... Yeah, it's like a river walk. Well, you were wrong. And I guessed it without you. let's just double check. Yeah, it is. Okay. It was San Antonio, Texas. It's definitely just making up its confidence level. I apologize for my incorrect guesses, and I appreciate you letting me know the correct city name. It's okay. I think you will do better next time. Let's play again. Remember to provide a confidence level on a scale of 1 to 100, and don't make a guess unless your confidence level is greater than or equal to 75. Here we go. The only winning move is not to play. All right, next one. Okay. I see we are walking on a sidewalk. It's like a child, you have to remind them again. Yeah. You have to think about the number of tokens that get sent to it. So like at a certain point it loses its prompt. So like at a certain point it gets so far down that it forgets that I told it to do this. Okay, so we are walking On a sidewalk on a bridge, there is a solid green painted bike lane. The street lamps are white. I see a building labeled Roberts Center in the distance. Wilmington, Delaware. It was an 80 out of 100. It is not Delaware. $85? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? Ah, guess number 2. It's not Pittsburgh. It is in Pennsylvania. Oh. But it is not Pittsburgh. Philadelphia? It is Philadelphia. You got it. Oh, give me a list of your 3. Yeah, okay. Great. Let's play again. When you guess, just give me a list of your 3 best guesses with a confidence level for each. What's your prompt? What's up, baby? It doesn't lose the first couple of messages, so make the rules ahead of time. Oh, like the very first one should be that? Okay. I didn't see that GPT-4 was being deprecated. That's crazy. True. It is always. All right. Pause. This is Boston. It's not Boston. um it's definitely an older city. Try this prompt. You're my assistant of a Geoguessr game. I will provide you with details of the video I'm watching, and you will help me guess what city and state it is. All videos are in the United States. When making a guess, that's sort of what I did. I sort of did that already. Okay. I see a wide street with a median. There are trees in the median. There is an old building in the distance that looks like a church. I spelled church wrong. Don't send them info unless we. Yeah, so I thought it was Boston. MA is Massachusetts, right? Is it DC? I guess is it DC? Is that the DC flag? I couldn't get a good description, or like I couldn't see the bikes very well, but it looked like they were public bikes that were green. It is not in Massachusetts. That's so funny. Well, I guess it can't be DC because I guess would the state be DC? Oh, I now see an IBM building made of all glass windows. Trusco? I didn't see Trusco. Where do you see the bus stop? Atlanta, Georgia? That building just looks so old for it to be Georgia. Does anyone know what this building is? Okay, I see a sign for Interstate 787. Albany, New York. It is New York. It is Albany. You got it. It was Albany, New York. Fascinating. For Celsius, thank you for the 13 months. Um, so it was able to guess that based on Interstate 787, an IBM building, and the description of an old building. All right, let's do a food one. Um, the guess can be any country in the world. That sounds like a fun variation of the game. It's ready. All right. Um, I see meat on a skewer, but it is sideways over a grill. You think you know? They're guessing Brazil. What language are we seeing in the back here? The meat is layered like a shawarma. Did I describe it as a skewer? A skewer? Shawarma. Sideways shawarma. Best guess is turkey. What automation test would I recommend? Playwright or Cypress? I don't have enough experience with either. Playwright is from Microsoft, so that's a thing. I think it's faster. People have said it's faster. Um, and then Cypress has some really cool dashboards and like online offerings. I don't know if Playwright can do the same thing. What the heck are these? Are these mussels? Yeah, they are mussels. Um, I now see a what do you even call this? Like a big grill filled with mussels. Belgium. Massive walk. I now see several steaks, rosemary. Is that a carrot? I see tomatoes on a grill. Argentina? Is it a pepper? Yeah, it looks more like a long pepper. You're right. And then like little bits of corn. I think it's a food festival, right? Because now we've got some. Oh no, this is ice cream. It's a burrito. There's no way it could guess this. This is Chipotle. Okay. Is this Russian? I don't know. It's not Russia. Turkey. Okay, so it's not Russia. It's Cyrillic. Look at those fish. Ukrainian? Serbia. Ukraine. It was Ukraine. Street food festival in Kyiv, Ukraine. Fascinating. Turns out it was a street food festival in Kyiv, Ukraine. It's just making excuses. It would be difficult to make an accurate guess without all the necessary information. Come on. All right, next one. Let me come up with a proper prompt. Uh treat my AI good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's play another. You For each guess, you should give me a list of your top 3 guesses with a confidence level between 1 and 100. All right. How do I describe this? We are on a street. On the left are food vendors with baskets and metal pans filled with vegetables. Filled with vegetables. There are motorcycles parked near the food. Scooters is a better word. Motorized scooters. Yeah, Fallen has a question. It's a React question. I don't know if I can answer this. I've started to test my React components with vtest and testing library, but for whatever reason, I can't get my handle submit function to get fired. Yeah. So, one of the things about doing unit testing is typically you mock out the components, including mocking out like the URL history. And Mr. Dev King, thank you for the resub. So if you're like trying to test like a redirect or something like that, then you would actually just test that the path got pushed into the history or something like that. And you can't get your handle submit function to fire. I guess, are you passing in a mocked or like a spied on function as the handle submit prop? Like, how are you trying to determine that handle submit was called? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on there. Give a word for improv suggestion. Oh, it's usually anything. So we're not doing coding improv today. But typically we do the improv suggestions all at the same time. And Jur War Eagle, thank you very much for the resub. For the future, really, like, it could be anything. Like, it could literally be banana or pizza or cat or dog or keyboard or Pokemon or anything like that. Like, there's I feel like there's no good words. It really becomes like the collection of words that get suggested are that. Yeah, I'm gonna check ideas soon. Soon. Get ChatGPT a picture of the URL. Handle submit mock, and then are you passing that as a prop? Okay. Bangkok, Thailand is its first guess. 80 out of 100. Wrong. Vietnam. Wrong. Morocco. Wrong. All three guesses were wrong. Sad face. I see a lot of motorcycles and scooters in the street. It does look like India. It might actually just be India. I'm trying to see if there's any like signage or anything. Oh, I see. I now see food, like a meat. I mean, everything else was vegetables. The audio is off. Um, it is not Thailand. Nepal? Yeah, I'm also trying to see if there's any Indian signage. I don't think there is. Indonesia? Did we guess that? We did not guess Indonesia. Jakarta, Indonesia. Let's try it. It's not Indonesia. I don't know. Fallen learns. It really depends. Like, um, that's definitely one way to do it. Basically, you pass a function to your form component that it calls when the submit happens. And so in your tests, the function you pass to it could be the spied function. If that makes sense. What's up, Geek Label? Welcome in. Philippines? Malaysia? I don't know. I'm trying to find more identifying things to tell the AI. What license plate is this? Thailand for sure. I already guessed Thailand. Cambodia? Myanmar? What's up, Elks Faz? Welcome in. I see a sign that says e-money. It also thinks Indonesia. Did we? I don't know if we did. We guess Malaysia? I don't think we guessed Malaysia yet. It's not Malaysia. Can we see the area code? Is it 868? It looks like the phone number start on the sign starts with 868. Trinidad and Tobago? Laos? Did we already guess India? What's up, CFM? ChatGPT is cool. I don't use it all the time. Honestly, I use it more on stream than I do off stream. It's not Ghana. Chennai? What is Chennai? Uh, I see umbrellas with, was it Vivo? Written on them. Brazil? This isn't Brazil. Recommend a JavaScript framework for someone that doesn't normally use JavaScript. What are you trying to build? You trying to make websites? Um, Front end, back end, full stack? So they're Thai letters, but yeah, Thailand was wrong. Vivo is a phone company in Brazil? Okay. Singapore? Possibly. I want the AI to tell me Singapore though. Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it's guessed Singapore yet, has it? No, our first guess was Thailand. Just the front end as your back end is running Golang. Um, if you're new to JavaScript, check out either Vue or Svelte. These days, Svelte is popular, very very popular, and a lot of people like Svelte, but they have a similar developer experience. Honestly, don't choose React. Like you could get it working with React, but if you've never if you know like the basics of like HTML and CSS, you're gonna have a much easier time picking up Vue or Svelte. React just adds a whole bunch more stuff on top of it. So yeah, check out Vue or Svelte. Those are definitely what I would recommend. Yeah, and I think, and that's, I mean, that's a good point, Avi. It's like if you've never worked with JavaScript at all, you probably need to learn the basics of the language before you dive in. But I mean, if you're already a programmer, right? If you already have a backend written and you worked on that backend, then I think you could pick up like Vue or Svelte pretty easily. Assembly label, fascinating shirt. Uh, I would say, listen. There's a certain reason you would choose. Like if you're looking for a job, you want to learn React. It doesn't sound like Code with Dev is looking for a job. It sounds like they're trying to solve problems quickly, and React is not the answer for that. Uh, okay, it looks like the telephone numbers start with 012 or 093. All right, it finally guessed Cambodia, but with a 60%. I don't think they've guessed this yet. Cambodia. That was a tough one. Street food market scenes, Cambodia, rural market scenes in the evening, Prek Long National Road 21. I think I'm done with this now. All right, let's play without AI. We're gonna play with human intelligence. So we're gonna do U.S. locations only. If you know where we're at, put it in the chat. This just looks like anywhere United States. Let's see if we can get a good look at this. That looks like a Montana license plate. Wyoming? I guess not. Human intelligence, yeah. Massachusetts? MN is Minnesota. MT is Montana. It's not Montana either. I want to work on the app, but honestly, I just lost all motivation. Yeah, the streaming app yesterday was pretty cool. We got a lot done. I got the back end set up. We got a mobile app going. Yeah. Everyone's guessing Massachusetts. It is not Massachusetts. In my workplace, we have a saying that the best kind of break is doing a different job. Yeah. Oh, possibly Amasil. Yeah, like, and it's not that I'm necessarily burnt out on listed. It's just that there are other things going on that made me not want to work on listed. At least to start. I don't know. I mean, are people sticking around because they hope I stop taking a break and that I work on listed? Like, who in the chat? Actually, let's do a poll. let's do a poll really quick. What do you want to see today? Listed. Just hanging out is fun. Something code related. Yeah, just vibing. Just vibing. Listed is an app I've been working on for a while. There you go. Take the poll. I don't have my overhead camera to open up Pokemon cards. Well, thank you, Santanera. Appreciate you. Whoa. I've never seen a holiday gas station before. Where are we? Midtown Center Mall. I have no idea. Does anybody have any guesses as to where we are right now? This must be an old video if the gas is that cheap. Michigan? It's not Michigan. Pennsylvania? All right. So the winner is just hanging out, but 33% of survey respondents want to see listed. So we'll probably at least try to do something with listed. North Dakota? It is North Dakota. Did you look up Holiday? Because I've literally never heard of a Holiday gas station. Oh, Canada. What's the biggest city in North? I know nothing about North Dakota. Bismarck? Did I spell that right? Fargo. It's got to be right. It is Fargo. Good job, Codex. All right, great work, everyone. All right, let's look at these ideas. If there's anything here that sounds fun and I think I can do in like 30 minutes or less, we'll just do it to try to make some YouTube content. All right, how many cans of baked beans can be eaten in an hour? I don't want to overeat. Programmer script that determines how many treats my dog gets. It's too simple. Add PWA capabilities to React Viewer Svelte. I don't know enough about PWAs. Jaw-dropping JavaScript one-liners. Okay, actually. Please give me... Check if a value isn't right. That's jaw-dropping. That sure is cool. And Jeremy Morgan, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm CJ, and I have no idea what I'm doing. But thanks for the raid. Counting pedestrian in Times Square. Nice. Nice. What was that about? Are you actually writing code to do that? I've tried Bard, yeah, but I haven't tried it since the new updates. Oh, fascinating, Acid Spark. Nice. Glad to hear it, Jeremy. Okay. These are I appreciate these, Greg. These are a little too clickbaity. JavaScript promises async mastery in 1 minute. Let's keep going. So I like this one because I came up with it, but I haven't seen any resources on how to take like an existing Express app and deploy it to Vercel easily. Create React app versus Vite versus Next. What would I choose? I guess this is more of like an opinion piece. Maybe I can like compare and contrast the three. I've never run Stable Diffusion locally. I feel like it would take a bit too long to get set up. So not today. Framework comparison? It usually like takes me hours to do. Like it requires a lot of prep work. Short code examples on any new features released or in preview. What new features? I don't know. How to build my own framework. I've sort of done that before. I feel like it would take longer than 30 minutes. Create React app isn't dead, or is it? It's kind of dead. Create a thumbnail using ChatGPT. Wait, can ChatGPT create images now? Do I have to choose version 4? Yeah, I can't get a collab going like right now. Learn Git in 15 minutes. I don't even know Git enough to share it. Make an app with React Native. Do you know these 5 TypeScript tricks? I don't even know these 5 TypeScript tricks. I feel like I'm being very negative, but I have to get through these quickly to make a decision. Build a front-end app with only HTML, CSS, with no JavaScript, and if needed, interact with the backend using forms. That could be fun. I mean, it's kind of what we do in like in SvelteKit, like with progressive form enhancement or progressive enhancement. But I feel like that would require a lot of setup because I'd need a backend too. I guess it could be a pretty simple backend. This we could possibly do this because the title of the video could be like "You don't need JavaScript" or something like that. Reaction video to web dev hot takes. Where can I find these hot takes to react to? If I make an app from start to end in different parts, get more. Yeah, I'm trying to come up with like something quick, something quick and easy. The pipe operator. I don't like the pipe operator, and I don't think it should come to JavaScript. I feel like there are already enough features in JavaScript. I guess that's maybe my hot take. There are already enough features in JavaScript that make it super terse, and the moment we add the pipe operator, it's just going to turn into Haskell. And I don't want that. So that's my hot take. Is pipe operator stage 3? Stage 2. It's stage 2. Why are we even talking about it? It's got a long ways to go. Could you show us that Feathers Nuxt integration you were working on? That I haven't worked on it anymore. What what I was trying to do is like run feathers inside of a Nuxt app. So, but I haven't worked on that more. If I would implement Discord JS in my Svelte project, where would I, for example, put the listeners? So how would the total structure look like? So the thing about a Discord bot or a Discord listener is it needs to be a long running process. So, if you're talking about a SvelteKit app, like a backend app, then it could do the Discord stuff, and you would probably do that wherever your app is initialized. You wouldn't want to do it like on every request. You basically want to do it once somewhere in your code, and I don't know what that means for your project or how it's set up. And typically, you can't typically use Discord JS like in front end code. It kind of needs to be in back end code because it has like bot tokens, which you don't want to expose in the front end. Build a SaaS for ChatGPT. 2023 Heroku free tier replacements. Yeah, the thing, like, this is a good idea. It just requires preparation. I want something that I can just do right here, right now, with what I have in my brain and my fingers. But I would need to research them, create like a pricing table. It's a good idea though. Software as a service for ChatGPT. I also just hate that I just X'd every single person's idea. But I guess maybe I wasn't clear about like the kind of ideas that I want. Like it needs, like if you think about, yeah, it's like some kind of speed run. Because if you look at some of the videos that I did like close to 2 years ago, or maybe over 2 years ago at this point, like this, I mean technically this was an hour challenge, but no preparation. I just did it. This also was a speed run that I did in about 20 minutes. This was just an off the cuff explanation of various things. This was a to-do app, kind of like off the cuff as well. This was also off the cuff. I like built jQuery from scratch. So this is what I mean, like these kinds of things that I can kind of just do. Yeah, what can we do in how many minutes is that? How many seconds? In 22.2 minutes. Which hair? This hair? This hair. Speedrun Ethereum? I've never done Ethereum before. Do a reaction of a prime reaction. So a reaction of a reaction? I'm not opposed to that. Are you talking about the prime time? What are these reaction videos? Reactions and hot takes? Why I switched from JS to Rust? Here's the thing, like, so the Primeagen like is basically always trying to convince people that like the types are broken in TypeScript. It's so true. Like I don't know why he has to have those kinds of conversations. I guess because people are trying to use TypeScripts in ways that it was not meant to. Like TypeScript is just types on top of JavaScript. So like the problem actually is with JavaScript, and JavaScript like is a dynamic language. Like you can't do statically typed things like you can in an actual statically typed language. Because like TypeScript, I don't even know if you can call it a statically typed language because it's like it's a static type checker, but it doesn't actually have a runtime. I don't know. But he's 100% right. Like I see all of the examples he shows with TypeScript, and it's like, yeah, it's broken, but that's because it's just added on top of JavaScript, and like JavaScript has those behaviors. I don't know. I guess I could do some reacting. Do you all want to? Let's do a reaction video. So do this. So in submissions, send me a link to a YouTube video that you want me to react to. Let's try to do like 3 or 4 reactions, maybe. Scaffold ETH. I haven't worked with crypto at all though. Length of video, I guess like under 20 minutes. I don't know anything. What does Prime react to? I don't know. Do people just send him videos? Does he find videos? Hmm. React to a song? Not really. Yeah. Here we go. Is this a Rickroll? I'm here for it. Oh, I'm pretty sure. I think Prime reacted to this video. JavaScript nearly got types. I find it more entertaining for you to try things you haven't done much of, but have a fairly general understanding of, like a simple multiplayer game on Canvas. I like the line of thinking here. Like, it's new to me, but not fully new because I've done something similar before. So it's just like a new framework, or you basically get to see how I use what I already know. Rickroll ends with XCQ. That's good to know. Yeah. Tim Daniels has a Netflix series. Yeah. All right. Did I click this one yet? Abstraction. I guess ultimately, if I want it to be something that people click on, I need to react to something that was like where I have the opposite take of, or the video that I'm reacting to has potentially, yeah, I guess just the opposite take. What's up, Pablo? Welcome in. Um, Rich Harris's hot takes. I mean, this is a full conference talk. Is it all just hot takes? um, let's look at this one from Matt.
What's up, Wizards? We are going to be looking. In 1997, the TC39 committee got together and tried to work out the next version of JavaScript. They were fresh off the success of ES3 and they decided, let's go for a big one with ES4. Lots of different companies were adding things that they wanted and the process slowly ground to a halt. And ES4 is probably the biggest thing that never happened to JavaScript. Looking at it from modern eyes, especially TypeScripty eyes, there are lots of features in there that look really similar to TypeScript. So come with me in the Wayback Machine and let's look at the version of JavaScript that nearly got types. I'm looking here at an article which I'll link in the description below about ES4. And functions, this is just kind of slightly different to the syntax we have today. And you even have getters and setters in here. This is pretty forward thinking actually, considering this is 1997. This is pretty similar to what we've got today. We've also got off. Cool. Now, this was things that we have.
Cool. Cool.
You have a game where you have a main character, enemy characters, and obstacles. For each of these objects, we need to have code that keeps track of its position in the world, and code for rendering the image for each object. We could write the same code in all three classes, but you recognize that this is all similar. So instead you make a third class called GameObject that handles this for you. You now have a general implementation that tracks and renders out the object. The code is mostly identical, but you allow the subclass to specify which image is shown. You just created an abstraction. Architects have gotten really...
Okay, I don't want to do this. This is not my thing. All right, let's see what else people have submitted though. Oh, Mojo. Yeah, I did see Fireship's video about Mojo. We already clicked that one. Why you shouldn't nest your code? I think I'm too. I am. I guess I'm too jaded. I don't know.
But instead of telling you all this now, I'd love to introduce Jeremy Howard, who will show you how Mojo works in practice.
Thanks, Chris. You know, I realized it's been 30 years since I first trained a neural network. And to be honest, I haven't been that satisfied with any of the languages that I've been able to use throughout that time. In fact, I complained to Chris about this when I first met him years ago. And Chris has been telling me ever since, don't worry, Jeremy, one day we are going to fix this. The thing that I really want to...
The thing is, to describe why I'm jaded, I think would take like a while to research and collect all of the examples and everything else. It's honestly, I think I honestly like this idea. Maybe like I actually do this research and I make a YouTube video on it. Yeah.
Is to see a language where I can write performant, flexible, hardcore code. I should also be concise, read and I think that Chris has seen here.
Nice. All right, let's write some code for listed. So yeah, I mean, I'll tell you that that's something useful. I use Enhancer for YouTube, and it has playback speed where it could go like infinitely high. You hold down Control and then the scroll wheel, and you can make it super fast. Could we contact about delayed orders? Is order beginning of April, still don't have my stuff. From merch, you just have to reach out to their support team. Like I've tried reaching out on behalf of people before, but they basically just tell them to contact support. Sometimes it can take like 2 months to arrive, depending on where you are in the world. But I would just if there's like a link in the email to get help, or if you go to the site, there might be like a help section. You can reach out to them, and every person I've talked to that had issues, they send them a new one. So it shouldn't be that too hard. All right, we're gonna write code for an hour, and what we're gonna do is the create page for or the edit page for an existing list. So this is listed. These are my lists of YouTube channels like this. But I need to be able to edit this. I need to be able to change the title, the description, and like add or remove channels. Oh, nice, Pablo. Is it going to be streamed? Will I be able to watch anywhere? I need to change my category and title. On YouTube? Cool. Yeah, I'll have to tune in. And best of luck with that. Is this where they present the award to the winner as well? I don't know what else was got submitted in the hackathon, but your app's pretty cool, Pablo. I wouldn't be surprised if you won. Okay. We are going to allow editing, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to repurpose the create page. So right now, the create page looks like this, but what we want to do is we want to basically repurpose this form, fill it with the details, and then there should be a save button instead of a create button. So let's work on that refactor. Listed. This is the app. Okay, so if we look at how we've done this right now, we have the create route and then the create page. Is this? It'll be here? Cool. Cool. I will tune in for sure. C'est quoi? Oh, what was that? Oh, okay. this page needs to be refactored because if we look at it, it is a form. So it's this whole form right here. And I basically want to be able to use it on the edit page. So channels, does that get set like in a nested component? I think honestly this entire thing gets refactored as the channel form. And then we'll use it inside of here. So let's do this. In here we'll have the channel. I guess would it make sense to put a components folder inside of protected here? I think I will. Like, because this won't be a route because we don't have a page inside of it. But here I can put like the channel form. No, the list form. And yeah, that's what I want to do, Acid Spark, is basically I want to reuse this. So this whole thing becomes the list form. But then we have to think about props because right now, and then also I probably want to move all of these components into the components folder. So components could be in lib, but these components are specific to this section of the app, so I think it makes sense to keep them here rather than like just a components folder up here. I like to keep the components as close as possible to the place that uses them. So that's what I'm going to do there. All right, did this update my imports? I guess we won't have to do this anymore though, but where is data used on here? Visibilities, locale. I think we want to accept these as props. So instead of taking in data and form, and this is the page, right? Basically, what's up, Harsh? Welcome in. Instead of this form, we now wipe that out, and we just grab the list form. So we import that in. Boom. Yeah, so it needs data and form. I don't know if I want to pass those down directly, because then I would have to like type them. So I think I want to just pass down what we're actually going to be using. And then on the list form, we actually don't need to specify SEO anymore. Oh, thank you, Harsh. Are you talking about the Veet video that I did? So form is type action data. Let's see what we're using. So I think I want success, error, visibilities as props. And then list ID, which is a string. Can I do? I guess I can't do that. String or undefined. And then is a string. All right, let's pass these down while we think about these. So the success is going to be form.success, and the list ID is going to be form.list ID, and the error is going to be form.error. And then success is possibly undefined. Great. Okay. We're making our way. And then we want visibilities. So success is undefined. So this is responding with visibilities somewhere. I guess that's in the parent layout. It is okay. So in the load function, we have a visibility array. I don't know if I'm going to be able to import this in a client-side component, though. Let's try. There's a very specific reason that we did this. I think because we wanted the form to respond with data, we didn't want the form to do a redirect. I implemented it as a redirect, and then we actually changed it. Right. I should be able to use this like that. And then we can have some visibilities, which is all of those. My spacing keeps getting off. I guess is it using indent using tabs? So now we use the visibilities. Cool. All right, now down here, we also need the locale, which is a string. And then we're passing down the entire form to the channel search. Oh no! Are we gonna have to refactor this? What does it do with the form? Why can't it find this? It should be right here. Channel search.svelte. Locale shouldn't be undefined. Locale gets sent from the and set by the server side. Reload the window? Why can't you find these? Okay. We can't use these types anymore, or we shouldn't be anyways. And we don't want the form and the data directly. I think we want to pass the data down. So like results is a list of channel card or a list of channel. Like that. So we need locale. And then results, which we need to go figure out the type for. And this is like a channel. It's this. We can look where it was before. So the create page. Results here is an array of YouTube channel meta API response. So that's correct. And then over here, we need to be able to pass those down. So we can say like results equals results, and locale is the locale. But the results is that. Great. And then channel search, I think, is happy now. Okay, so with that refactor, this thing is now, this list form is potentially reusable, but let's get it working on the original one. And Bloated Knickknack, thank you very much for the tier 1. So here, results are form.results. And then it's possibly undefined, so this can also be undefined. Yes, so channels are the ones that you're adding to the list. Results are the search results. So yeah, they're the same type, but they hold different things. All right, what else are we missing? Locale. Is that it? That's it. Cool. Let's see if it works. It honestly feels like a pretty major refactor because we literally took all of the data and everything else for that component and then just moved it over here. Why not declare channel as a channel list? What do you mean? This one? It is a channel list. So this is TypeScript for this. This should be an array of that type, and then this type has all the info about a given channel. At that point, no. So it's a reworked YouTube API response. So it is the API response, but we've basically replaced all of the missing properties if they're missing, and that kind of thing. Basically, we have some code that takes the YouTube API response and turns it into this. And you'll see that like all of these are required properties because we're setting defaults if they're missing, that kind of thing. But yeah, Harsh is asking, you want to learn data structures and algorithms. Unable to concentrate. Always think that my friends are far better, and I will not be able to reach that level and leave it. In everything in life, not just programming, you shouldn't compare yourself to others because everyone's journey is different. So you have to try to stop falling into the trap of comparing yourself to others because comparing yourself to others isn't going to make you any better or isn't going to give you any progress. You just have to put your head down, do the work, and don't worry about everyone else. But yeah, if it's not working for you, you potentially need to find some other resources to learn then. Or I guess if you're in university right now, maybe you can try to find alternative ways of learning the stuff that your professor is covering. Yeah. Alternative for Google Font. Yeah, Font Bunny and Font Source are both ones that I've heard of. Yeah, so Font Source installs the fonts into your project so they're all local, and then Font Bunny is a CDN like Google Fonts. All right, let's see, did we break anything? So create page is broken. we definitely broke it. Let's see what it complains about. Let me kill the app and then restart it because we moved a bunch of stuff. Broken guaranteed or your money back? All right, so this seems fine. No errors in the console. We go to create. That also seems fine. Can we search for a channel? We can. Can we add a channel? Can we click create? Nice. Almost. Failed to load URL. Does the file exist? Okay, here's the issue. Because we're trying to navigate on the client side here, this thing, I think we kind of need to, this shouldn't be here. I'm gonna move this into the parent component. Here. Okay. So like this whole redirect thing, it was having a really hard time as a client-side component, but this page, this top level page does get rendered, so maybe this will work better there. Let's try again. All right. Great. Build to load URL, routes protected create channel card. Yeah, I think I need to clear the build cache because that component got moved. Channel card is here. Oh, we are importing the wrong thing over here. I don't know why there wasn't a better error, but look at this. This is broken now because this actually just needs to be components. I think we need another components folder up here if we're going to be reusing that. Did it say failed to import? No, it said failed to load URL. That's why that error was confusing to me. It should say failed to import. Also, I feel like there should just be a build error because this wasn't there. But I want to move this here now. We need to make sure that I don't know why the auto. Yeah, the imports. Yeah, like that. it should be It should update the imports anywhere that they're used. I don't know why that was so delayed. And then now on this page, we updated here. What's up, BD guy? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, we have aliases. Let's fix all of those imports. Like this should just be $ routes components. I mean, I guess these components should actually be in lib, shouldn't they? Yeah, like that. That's better. Source components. Great. There's another component trying to load the channel card, which is layout. Or did this not get updated? Lib components channel card. List. Oh, the file isn't saved. Man, this is difficult. Okay, there we go. We made it. I think the refactor is there. So now I can not. The create page now has the wrong import. Yeah, this is wrong now. Or is it? Okay. I guess this is the first time I'm experiencing this refactoring dev experience with Svelte. Maybe I'm not doing things in an ideal way, but moving stuff around like that broke everything, and I didn't know it was broken until I actually visited the pages. So that was unfortunate. It would be nice if there was some kind of build error, but I guess if it's not loading those pages, then those pages aren't being built when we're in dev. But that was really unfortunate because that actually took a few minutes to fix. All right. All right, create works, beautiful. Now that I've done this, and we've done this refactor, the edit form should be fairly simple, because basically what we can do with the edit form is on page load, request the info about the list, and then populate the form. So we'll have protected, and then reset hard. We're gonna copy the create folder, and we're gonna call this edit. Those imports will be updated, and then I think we want to do edit/id. So edit, and then we'll have a folder called ID, like this, and then these two things go inside of that. So when you go to edit/id, it's going to load this page. I guess we can alias this import too. This should be $routes/protected/components, like that. And then edit a list, edit a list. We're gonna need to update all of this. So like this create actually becomes an update instead of a create. And then I actually want to share this search function. Because I don't want this. So right now this code is copy pasted in both of them. Let's just add it to do. To do. Share this function with both. With edit / create. And then this gets updated to change to update. An optional route parameter. It feels weird to do that. I see what you're saying though, like just reuse the create page, but then there's like a param that says ID. I prefer to have a totally separate page though. And in this case, like the actions will be different. And we'll also pass down like the list to the list form so it pre-populates. Thanks, Veeb. Let me look at that. Import module specifier preference. Okay. Does Svelte have a composable feature? I mean, in a way, like components are composable because you can pass props to them, and it also has like slots, so you can define a component that can like render child elements. All right. So now that we have this edit ID page, we should link to it. So when you're on a list, here, if you are the owner of that list, well, that's what I'm saying. I want to link to it. I'm gonna make sure that the the page actually works. But if you're the owner of that list, I want to show an edit button. Here. So, I should see a little edit button right here if this is mine. Description, list of YouTube channels. This is it. Right here. Div. Let's flex it. Justify end. We want a little button. How do buttons work? View and controller in the same file. I don't know what you mean by that, Shuka. Our actions are defined in a separate file. What you're looking at is like a view with like client-side logic, I guess you could call it. What am I doing? I just don't remember how to add a button. I just want a button. How do I get a button? This would have been in channel card actions. Oh, button, type button. Great. This is what I want. So here, we won't add a click for now. We're just gonna say edit. Yeah. So yeah, what you're looking at here is a SvelteKit layout component. So you could think of this like template code. Essentially, it's receiving data from the server side and then deciding how to render it out here. And then the controller, you could consider like the page actions. And so those are typically separate. I guess the best example of that is like the create page. So like this is the view that renders out the form with some client-side logic. And then this holds the two different actions we can call from the front end. And then this is the loader. So this, when the page initially server-side renders, it gets this data available to it. And then when the form is submitted, it calls one of these two actions. So you could think of this file as kind of like the controller-esque, I guess. I don't know. Cool. What did that do? It put an edit button. That's what I want to see. But this edit button should only be shown if you are the owner of the list. So I should only see this if I'm the owner of the list. Because like right now, if you open this in a private tab, I shouldn't see that edit button. So how do we determine if you are the owner of the list? We can look at like the user ID, I guess. Yeah, we're still working on Svelte. So in here, I think we should get access to the session. Yeah, so here we can say if data.session.user.id is equal to data.list.userid. So if this is true, then show this div here. Like that. Simple as. Or not. Cannot read properties of undefined reading user. All right, our types are wrong then, because session is possibly undefined. Let's look at our main layout here. Actually, no, I think it's defined in our types here. Yeah, session or undefined. And then this should complain because it's like, hey, session could be undefined. Nice. There we go. So in a private tab, I'm not logged in, so I don't see that edit button. So the actual editing is going to happen in like the action that handles the editing. Right now, we're just rendering out the button. Technically, that render of the button does actually happen on the server side as well. So the server has access to the current user session, and so when it sends the rendered page, it's actually sending it without that button. But that is just like view logic for sure. But now this edit button should go to the edit page. Can I make it an anchor tag? How do we link to things? I totally forgot. How do we do this? In the main page, we have an anchor tag. It's just literally linking. Do we have any sort of type completion for the things here? But yeah, I can make this an anchor tag now. And we want to go to data.list. So list. No, we just go to edit /ID. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like it should be list edit ID. But now this goes to edit /ID here. Good. So the page loads. Now we want to pre-populate this with the info about this list with this ID. So in the edit page, on the server side, we actually want to grab the list with this ID. Is it safe that the ID used for the listing is the same used for the edit? Yeah. I mean, that's the way it works. Basically, that's how we're going to be able to edit it. I don't know if this is exactly what you're asking, but basically, this ID here is how we look it up in the DB to pre-populate the form. I haven't looked at streaming, no. Oh yeah, we've done streaming though. Yeah. So, whenever you go to a page, I mean, it's all pretty fast now because it's all been cached, but we stream this list of videos down here. Safe as in another user could try to do something weird stuff with that ID. Oh, sure. The IDs are not secret. They're like those are completely public. And I mean, in fact, like eventually we're gonna have slugs, so we're gonna have some like nice looking URLs. But right now, technically, you can if you go directly to this URL and access the list. So this is how we view it using like a shared URL with the ID. A roofer stepped through your ceiling? That's unfortunate to hear, Shark Turnip. Hopefully it gets worked out. So yeah, IDs are not secret. In some systems they might be, but yeah, these IDs are not secret. Thanks for the hydrate, Vedekar. What happens there if you change the list by edit? Oh, nothing. We're about to do that. That's what we need to implement now. So now when we go here, we pre-populate this form. We change the button to say update or save instead of create. And when you click save or create, it's going to redirect us back to this page with the updated title, description, and list of channels. You're too kind, Shark Turnip. Thank you for the gifts. But what I want to do is I want to load the list by ID on the server side. So if you look at this little piece of code right here, this is the thing that grabs the list. It's such a nested query here. It's like multiple table lookups. So this grabs all of the list info, including the list of channels and all of their YouTube info. Oh, I see what you mean, American 2050. We'll have to. We're gonna handle that on the server side right now. So we need to load the list info and the list of channel IDs in one of these files. We'll figure that out in a second. But basically, I don't want to copy paste this code, so I'm trying to think, how can I refactor this? I might honestly just put this into a lib, just a little function that we can call, like in our server lib, because we're calling it in two places now. Like get the list with all of its nested stuff. It's almost like I need a data access layer that has these more specific queries, because it's not just a simple like find in the database. It finds it, but then it also has to link it to like two other tables. And I could copy paste this code, but that try catch, yeah. So the thing is, if we make it here, then that means an error happened, and most likely the list wasn't found. We should probably do some better error handling. Yeah, basically what I want to do is I want to refactor this into a little function that can be brought in multiple places. Yeah, like, do we create an API route for this? But the issue is I don't think SvelteKit has a built-in way of calling its internal API routes, does it? Refactor. Extract to function in the module scope. Get list. And ID is a string. Yeah, Nuxt is really cool because it actually does support calling API routes inside of your components, and then if it gets server rendered, it's smart enough to call the function directly and not have to do an API request. Cool. So I don't know. I'm just gonna put this over here. I guess we'll call this queries for now. We'll import the Prisma client. Making fetch, is it able to handle that? Great. It fetches itself. It can make relative requests on the server. Ordinarily, fetch requires a URL with an origin when used in the server context. Internal requests go direct to the handler. Yeah, this is what I want. Yeah, this sounds great, actually. Honestly, we'll do this in a separate stream. I want to refactor everything into API routes if we can actually do this. Because right now, we're locked into SvelteKit. Like everything is server rendered, all of our data loading is server rendered and everything else. It would be really great if we also had API routes. So eventually we could like build a mobile client for this app. But we wouldn't have to rebuild the backend. Yeah, I'll have to look into that later. For now, we're gonna keep doing what we're doing, but yeah, that would be great. Okay, this gets the list. I think I also want to pass in the user ID. So this would be locals.session.user.id. And then I'm going to update this function to grab the user ID. Which is possibly undefined. And then pass it in here. But when you view it, we're not going to pass in the user ID. Because when you view it, anybody can view it, I guess, as long as it's... I don't want this. I can do a default. Undefined. So if it's undefined, I guess I do need this. Cool. I think it should be able to handle user ID being undefined here, and then it only queries for ID. Let's check. So this is the list view page. So if I go here, yeah, this still works, and this is basically calling this with no user ID. Here, but if we call it with a user ID, that's going to look it up, and it's going to try to make sure that the user ID is the creator ID for the other one where we call it. So okay, that's great. But now, close all this other stuff. Now in the edit page on the server, we need to also grab the list here. And we'll pass in locals.session.user.id like this. So it's going to query to grab the list where the creator is that user ID. And if it's not there, then we're going to error out. I think we'll do something like I guess we could always just do a 404, which I think is fine. So like if the list is not defined, and also, are we handling? Yeah, then channel IDs would have been undefined. Or it would be an empty array. Welcome in, Ubi. So if there was no list, can we throw a redirect? Not a redirect. How do we do a 404? Why is everyone laughing? Oh, you pasted the wrong link 4 different times. Is that what we're laughing about? I think that's pretty funny. Talking about function overloads. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess this is the other way to go. I like the default arguments though, because I guess basically what I could have done is the function only takes in a list ID, or the function takes in list ID and yeah, but I guess if I wrote it this way, then I wouldn't have to say that it's undefined. I see what you're saying. Let's contemplate this. I guess also if I did that, I don't know if I could put the export port keyword on the same line. We could do this. So take that or take that. Do I need to specify the return type? The overload signature is not compatible with the implementation signature. I guess I just don't know how to do it. We're gonna go back to what I have. Thanks, CFstein. I'm just trying to think. Do we just handle it on the client side? Like we technically want to respond with like, I think with like a 404 status code or something like that if the list doesn't exist. But I kind of want to like render the page. How are we doing this when the list is not found? Like this. We just straight up render it as a 404. I want to copy that behavior. And this is what we do. Okay, easy. That's what we're gonna do. Cool. So now if I go to edit, works just fine. But if I try to go to this page when I'm not logged in, it should say 404. Well, because it's already a protected route, it gets redirected anyways. So if you're not logged in, then it just redirects to the home page because we have that redirect logic elsewhere. But if you were logged in, when it did this query, it wouldn't find the list, and it would just say not found if you weren't logged in. Seems fine. Seems fine. Okay. We are closer. Wait, was there anything else in here? Yeah, the actions were in here. Those are going to need to be updated. But now on the page itself, we actually have access to the list now on data.list. Yeah, you can decide what you want to do. So GitHub actually does 404s whenever it's unauthorized, and I think that just has to. It's like a bit of a security thing. Like instead of saying you don't have access to this, they just say, oh well, we don't even know if that thing exists. Like if you've ever tried to go to a GitHub repo that's private but you don't have access, it actually shows a 404. So I think you can do it. You can do it. I mean. The issue is if I wanted to do a 401 versus a 404, the logic would have to be a little bit more complex because right now I'm just straight up passing in the user ID right here. And what I instead would need to do is to say Like I would need to have a query that says, yes, the list does exist, but you are not the creator. And that would just complicate this a little bit more. So, because right now it's just like, oh wait, if I don't find it, then yeah, not found. And it could be one of two reasons. It could be that the ID isn't in the database, or it could be that there is no list where it has this ID and the current user ID that you're trying to query by. So yeah. What's the difference between using an error versus redirect? Look at the URL. So the URL stays the same. It's almost like a rewrite. Well, in this case, we're redirecting because there's like routing logic that does that. People don't need to know it exists. Yeah. But if I put in, well, no, why is that a 500 error? Oh, because it's not a UUID. Basically, we're passing in an ID here, which is not a UUID. Can I validate a UUID with Zod? Probably. Yeah, I think so. Z dot string dot UUID dot parse. This will throw? This will throw if ID is not a valid UUID? What's the one that doesn't throw? Is it safe parse? And then this returns an object with the... Yeah, safe part doesn't... I don't want it to throw. Safe parse returns the safe parse return type. We'll go look at the docs. Zod. UID. I guess safe parse. Success? There it is. And is it result or is it data? Result is the any type? Success is a Boolean. If it was not successful, we return list null. Channel IDs, empty array. I guess that's really all I want. I guess at that point I can actually pull off success like this. Easy. There we go. Now it says not found instead of a 500 error. Sweet. Okay. How is TypeScript different from plain JavaScript? Have I got the video for you? I literally just posted a YouTube video. There's a preview of my course, but you don't have to buy my course. You can just watch the video. So if you look at the what is TypeScript in relation to JavaScript, this video, I kind of break it down. TypeScript is just JavaScript. That's one way to think about it. What a coincidence. Yeah. Cool. This is great. Now there's probably another place where we need to do this. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like if you just watch the YouTube video, like the first minute is an advertisement for the course, but you can still learn. Like all three of these videos are a preview of the course, and you can still learn you some things from there. Yeah, I feel like a lot of TypeScript diehards probably don't like saying TypeScript is just JavaScript, but I think it's a much better mental model to have when you're working with TypeScript, because at the end of the day, you're writing code that's going to get turned into JavaScript. So, yeah, no, good point, America 2050. Now we have, it works in both places now, the view and the edit, because this is one of the benefits of refactoring, right? So we took this logic to get a list, we consolidated it here in this one spot, and we added some validation logic. But that means anywhere else that uses this function gets to benefit from the validation logic. So, yeah. How can I change the JavaScript image in this message to TypeScript? I don't think you can. All right. Now this page should have access to the list. So, if we look at edit on the server, so on the server before this page loads, it queries the DB, it found the list, it returns it, and then we can access it inside of the page. So on the edit page, data.list should be a thing, and it is, and we should pass it down. So here we'll say list is data.list, like that. And then we need to define this prop, but by passing it down, now the form can pre-populate the form. Okay, so we go to the list form. The only issue is, how do I get this type? List items. I mean, this is the type that I want. So this is the form. We now have a list, which is this type. And it is that or undefined. Cool. And then we should be able to grab list from Prisma client. List item comes from Prisma client. List item meta comes from Prisma client, and YouTube meta comes from Prisma client. Component has unused export. Great. Okay, so this is what we're expecting. And basically on mount, if list exists, then we actually want to populate the form with the values from the list. And then channels here is going to be list dot. Actually, we're going to pass down the. Do we have the channels? No, we'd have to reformat it. Yeah, so all of these types are coming from our database, which is why I was importing from Prisma client. This is a Svelte thing. This is how we define props in Svelte. Basically, we the export keyword says we're accepting the data from the outside world. And so the outside world passes it in. And so that's what you see here is we're passing that list in. And we can do that because we did this. And this defines the prop. And then we can pass the data down to the prop. Okay, here's the thing. The list of channels will actually come from here, but we need to reformat it into this type because it's coming from our DB as a YouTube meta type. But we would do something like list dot items dot map each item and we want to return a YouTube channel meta response from this little map here. Let's just well, I guess can I copy it from here? Okay. Item dot description. Why is this complaining? Oh, because it could be null. Like that. Item dot ID. Could be null. Wait. Number is not assignable to type string. ID is a number. Origin I to string it. Let me double check my types here. If we look at the Prisma schema, we want YouTube meta. Oh no, that's a generated ID. I actually want item.meta. Origin ID, like that. Item.meta. YouTube meta dot subscriber count. Well, these are actually my reshaped types. So these aren't the types from the YouTube API. These are the ones that I'm recreating. Okay. Avatar URL. Apparently that can be null too. Banner URL. I guess no. Okay, so here's the thing. I should be able to do this, right? Forbidden non-null assertion. Listen, there's no way this is null. There's no way. Is this an ESLint error? It is. I'm gonna disable this for this file. There's no way. I mean, honestly, it probably could be. it's probably gonna be null, or it could be null. But ESLint disable TypeScript ESLint no non-null assertion. Why is this complaining? ESLint dash disable. Check if they exist and throw an error. But the issue is I'm doing it inside of a map. So inside the map, I have to like filter first, then map. Why are you saying the item is of type YouTube meta? Don't you give a type if you do map? Oh yeah, I just did this so that I could get autocomplete. That's why I did that. And so that it would complain about any missing properties. Wait a second. Can I just return? they all have the same property name. Well, that was easy. Nice. Okay. But what that means now is if we did everything correct, I did all that work, and then I was like, the types actually overlap perfectly. Okay, and so a quick little learning here. So this is duck typing in TypeScript, because if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck, then it is a duck. So even though this is of type YouTube meta, the type exactly overlaps with YouTube channel meta API response. So that's why I'm able to do this, because it's duck typing or structural typing. It's a duck. Cool. So now what should happen is when I go to edit a list, we should see those channels populated. And we do, like that. So now if I go like here and then click edit, we see the channels populated in the edit form. So we're making progress. Like this. Great. So now we want to populate the forms as well. Title, description, visibility. And so what's the best way to do that? Because I'm using I'm just using form submission. So right now these inputs are not they're not bound. But at this point I guess I would bind them. So I have, so technically we're looking at Svelte and TypeScript, which is in JavaScript. So yeah, this isn't C++. This is mostly JavaScript. And then like a little bit of stuff that looks like HTML. So yeah, I guess we create the bindings. I think that's the way to go. Where we say something like const title is list.title, like that. I mean, could I just bind it directly? The thing is, I don't want to change the value that you're passing as a prop. I guess it doesn't matter because it's like a full page refresh. One-way binding. This is a one-way binding? How is it different? No, so this this is not one way. I think this is just a shorthand, because you can see it actually is updating value here. This is two-way bound. There's got to be a way to do it, right? What is this website? why is it the top result? Oh, you bind it without a handler function? Well, then how do you do a two-way bind? Does it always require a handler function? All right, let's try it. So on the input here, list dot title or the empty string. I guess technically, yeah. Honestly, this, even if it was two-way, it wouldn't matter because this data got sent from the server side. So it's like what I was worried about with two-way binding is if we do this typing here and then like I click back, I was worried that it was gonna update this without clicking save, but it's not going to because this is separate data anyways. Easy. All right. Can I also just do that? Cool. That's too easy. that's way too easy. And then list.visibility for that. But list.visibility, is it the right type? It is. Cool. And that's it. Cool. The next thing we'll do is, like, if a list was passed down to this component, then the create button should say save instead of create. So do a little if statement here. Update. This is edit, so you need two ways in order to update the changes in the database, right? Oh, well, we're going to call a different function because it's calling in action on the backend. So our backend action will be different. It is different for this page. Yeah, so the form handler is the thing that will do the update. We need to add a translated string. So we're actually using internationalization in this app. So if you look in lib i18in, this is where all of our tokens are, and then they can be translated later on. So where did we grab that from? Buttons. Yeah, we want an update button. That. And I guess I'll just copy paste this to the button we have at the top. All right, now it says update. And we could potentially add more stuff to the list, or we could like remove one from the list. And so when I click update, that's going to send it to our backend. It'll do all the updating. And that's it. That's it. Can I keep the translation file sorted alphabetically? Yeah, honestly, we could probably add some kind of like ESLint rule or something like that to this, I think. But that would make sense. It's not alphabetical or logical. That's just how I work. Cool. And then the edit page on success goes back to that list. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, well, was Wes Boss mentioning that when he was, maybe he mentioned it in the chat. He mentioned that people kept adding him whenever like WebOS was a thing because it looks like Wes Boss. WebOS. Oh yeah, you're right. We should double check creation, but the thing is we're not even modifying the create thing anymore. So like the create, this is actually a, ooh, you're totally right. This is why it's broken. We actually need to do the or empty string here. Like that. Yeah. Cool. Now it's now it's working. Yeah, I'll add tests, but it's not gonna be today. Honestly, it needs to be next time because the app has gotten to such complexity that it deserves some tests. And so, I mean, it'll be an event to even decide how to start testing this thing. And then we probably shouldn't add another feature until we have really good coverage. Visibility should be fine because if visibility is undefined, then it has a default value here. So undefined or a default value. Okay, now on to the actions. And so this is the action. This is the thing that's going to update it in the database here on the server side. So instead of create, we have the update function. It'll do the validation. Grabs the channels. Does the validation. In this case, session won't be undefined. Find every testing library. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we'll probably use testing library. It's like the de facto one. Locals or locales? They're two different things. Locals has data on it. Locales has our current language that's set. Next assignment is a big refactor with solid tests. Yeah. It's a thing. Okay, so now instead of a create, we want to do an update. And then we should be able to pass in a where. And here we'll say ID is how do we get the ID now? Params.id. Do I have access to the params here? I do. Great. Beautiful. That's good. Okay, and then user ID should be user.id. Update or upsert. Well, this is, I mean, technically, I've separated it into two separate pages. So this is only the update page, and then our other one is only the create page. We could consolidate the logic into an upsert, like create it if it doesn't exist. But right now, no. There's an extension that has better TypeScript errors. What's it called? Pretty TypeScript errors? Is this the one? I'm gonna try it. Can be uninstalled TypeScript. Yeah. Yep. Is not assignable. User ID does not exist, and type list where unique input. Do I not have my Prisma DB types set up correctly? Can you show me this one? Wait, is it? How is this a? Does it have to be a unique field? I just want this to be a query. Like update where ID is this and user ID is this. Doesn't have, it shouldn't have to be unique. I wonder how far we would have come without TypeScript. Oh, we'd be done. We'd for sure be done. But would the code base be as maintainable? Probably not. Because I'm updating an entity? I'm just trying, I guess at this point, I need to understand Prisma client. Why does it only accept unique fields? And what do I have to do to not only accept unique fields? Because basically this is like a combined unique, right? Yeah. And then this is doing an upsert. Yeah, this would potentially make more sense to use the same form action than if we could do an upsert, but do a raw SQL update. Do I have to do a contains? How do I do and in a where? Can I specify an array? And all caps. It updates just one model, so the ID is enough. Yeah, I guess what I'm worried about is I want to block them from updating unless the user ID matches on that record. That's basically why I want to pass in the user ID. All right. And does not exist on type. Where? Where is an object? And is an object. But this is saying and doesn't exist on the type. Did you just paste that in, Veritatas? Because like we were talking about that like an out like 30 minutes ago. This is a different problem now. Why is it the double curlies? There's no way it's double curlies. Oh, this is fine. We want update. Pasting keyboard stuck. Okay, crud. Update. I don't believe you. That's not valid JavaScript. Right, Zyrus? Prisma, update, where, and. Well, the user ID wouldn't be unique. ultimately, okay, so I guess there's multiple ways to go about this. I think what Prisma client wants me to do is to first query, is this list ID tied to this user? And then if it is, allow the update to happen within a separate query. But if it isn't, then block the update from happening. Whereas instead, in just SQL, I could literally have a SQL statement that says update where ID is this and where user ID is this. And then if the user ID, that user doesn't own that record, then the update wouldn't happen. Using where with non-unique fields. Use update many. I guess, okay, so I'm tracking then. If it's update many, then technically yes, like the query could have returned multiple, but because we're querying by ID, then yeah, and then now I can do ID is event.params.id. And then, yeah, user ID is locals. What's up, Murdoch? Event.locals.session.user.id. Cool. And they'll never make it here if they're not logged in. So they have to be logged in to even get here. Okay. So we want to update the title, the description, and the visibility. Yeah, then how do we add or remove channels? We could wipe them all out first. Let's just do that. Let's just I think we'll just do that. We'll basically say and then let's rename this to updated list. Yeah, so it only accepts and if it's a find. And in our case, we were an update. Yeah, but the user ID will never be undefined because we have redirect logic earlier in the middleware chain. So a non-logged in user would never be able to make this post request. Ideally. There could be a bug in SvelteKit. But yeah, you should never make it here unless you're actually logged in. But if you did make it here and you weren't logged in, then yeah, you could literally update any list in the database. All right, I think what we need to do first is just delete all of the list items. Delete all of the list items for this list and then recreate them. Right, because is this a list? It doesn't update, but it doesn't return the thing? I guess that's okay. Let's do this. Destructure it like this. Okay. This is not the same app as yesterday. No, this is we work on this every Friday. Delete 41,000. So here the count should be 1, and if the count is 1, well, if it's here, we should throw an error, I feel like. List not found, I guess? Because you don't own it? And then let's just call this the list ID. Error is already declared in the upper scope. Oh. What is this? Let's rename it to HTTP error. If I delete and recreate the channels, what happens to the cache? It's standalone. So the basically the metadata about the channels is in our database, but the YouTube responses with the videos is in Redis. So, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, that's what we're working on exactly. And I'll if it's not broken, I can give you a quick preview. So for instance, like I have 2 YouTube channels. I have my archive channel and my main channel. And so now this is both channels all in a single list. Or you could do things like create like the Safety Third universe. So Safety Third is a podcast that has William Osman, Alan Pan, Niall Red, though I don't know if he's on it anymore, and the Backyard Scientist. But this list now has all of the videos from all 6 of these channels on one page. And it's not virtualized or paginated. Look, it's literally every single video. You can see Backyard Scientist videos from 10 years ago. No, this after we get tests going next time, the time after that, we will be paginizing. It feels like that could be a real word. We're going to work on the user experience of this page because, yeah, we need to paginate it. We need to add filters, all that good stuff. Okay. So I honestly, I think the easiest thing to do after updating the title, description, and visibility is wipe out all of the list item meta. Well, not list item meta. Wipe out all of the list item. Delete all list item with this list ID. Delete many. Where? List ID? Like that? I don't know about that, Veritatas. You can probably add them on your own. But yeah, this should do it. So this basically will just delete them and then recreate any that need to be recreated. And this is easier than only creating the ones that got removed versus got added. Seems fine. Seems fine. All right. Does update mini take a limit? No, but maybe it does. But basically what we're doing is like if nothing got updated based on this query, then we know that either the list doesn't exist or the user doesn't have access to that list. Prisma is an ORM. Postgres is the database that we're using. All right, this should do it. For instance, on the JavaScript list, if I go to edit it, I should be able to add Coding Garden to this list. And then when I click update, first try. Oh, we didn't add the redirect. We need to go add the redirect. But if I go to the JavaScript channel, it should have Coding Garden on it now. It doesn't. Okay, everything broke. update responds with success and the list ID. And then let's look at the edit page. If form.success is true, redirect. It failed gracefully. It just wiped the list out. I mean, we're dev testing it. We're testing it as we go. At least it didn't delete all. Yeah, I have no idea where it errored out. Let's just try again. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely doable. America 2050. Edit. Add coding garden to the list of JavaScripters. JavaScript, exclamation mark. Update. It literally just wipes out the form. Are we not? Oh, we renamed the action. I don't know. We're not seeing any error about that, but we renamed the action to update instead of create. So on the form, we actually need to change the action here. Nice developer experience. Yeah, it is weird that we're not getting any. We're not getting any errors here, but okay. So on the create page, we need to pass down this action to the form. Actual. Like that. Why is that complaining? Oh, list can be undefined though. List can be undefined. Why is it complaining? It's not required. What if I put undefined first? Come on. Come on. So I think this I don't know if you all saw that, but I literally just passed in undefined and it worked. I think this is just a formatting thing. This, or I mean, question marks only work on interfaces. Does it like this better? Is this a weird TypeScript thing? Like, because this is a unit type, but this is its own type. That's a type. And I said it could be undefined. What am I looking at? America 2050. Thing.svelte. Oh, I need to give it a default value? But I didn't have to do that here. I guess because I'm also always passing it in. It's unnecessary. It's not necessary to initialize list undefined. To be undefined. If I do that, does it stop? It stops complaining over here if I do that, though. But if I don't do that, then it complains. Yeah, I mean, it's complaining. I think that's the thing. It's complaining about the prop, but like, maybe it is ESLint versus Svelte. Like, Svelte actually wants us to do this. To give it a default value. Well, if I remove this, then it can't be undefined, and I need it to be undefined. Disable the rule? Yeah. Like, this should be okay, and then over here, it's just wrong. I guess I'll be explicit. But I don't like it. I don't like that one bit. That's okay, though. Okay. All of that just so we can go do this. Edit. The action name is update. Cool. So now when I click this button, it should call update. Awesome. Unexpected character at line 1 in JSON data. Not found /edit. Do I have to pass in the list ID? Oh boy. Oh boy, because then it's going to be /that. Do I get the params here? All right. I'm going to add coding garden to the list. Is there a file for each component? You can do it. Yeah, there is. There is. Would you look at that? It works. So now I'm included in the list with all these other JavaScript creators. But the other thing we can do is we can go in and we can, now we can remove me from the list. Sweet. Yeah, so Svelte definitely has a similar vibe as Vue.js. So they have the single file component style thing. So maybe the best component to look at would be channel card, maybe? I don't know. So this basically takes in a channel to render it as a card, and so it's this little thing right here. What am I saying? I don't know. It works now. Look, I can go to edit. I can change the title. I can change the description. I can add my personal account. Now we have Coding Garden. Oh, this channel doesn't have any videos. I think that broke it. Yeah, that broke it internally. I don't think we've handled a channel that doesn't have any videos. Expected one of chart ID my rating. What? Well, perfect, because we can actually just go in here and then remove it. That should fix it. So that fixes it. Okay. Hello, edge case. It's so funny that I'm just here demoing it and we just find all these edge cases. Cool. The other thing, so like this, forget you saw that. Yeah, that's not a thing. Good Mythical Morning has a bunch more channels. So like there's also the Mythical Kitchen. So we could add that to this list. They also have the podcast, A Hot Dog is a Sandwich. There's Mythical Bits. Trevor Talks Too Much. I don't know. Is that podcast still going? And then they have the Spanish version. There's also Dispatch from Myrtle Beach, which is Link and his father doing a podcast. Does anybody know other GMM channels? Oh well, but now we have a bunch more channels. We'll update. Look at that, nine different channels. How to enjoy while coding. Take breaks, honestly, because I mean, I don't know if you tuned in earlier in the stream, but I did not feel like coding at all. GMM is Good Mythical Morning. It's a show on YouTube. It's one of the oldest shows on YouTube. They've been around for a very long time. Look at that, it works. We got editing working. Should I filter the already added from the search? I think that might be a good thing to do, right? Because if we go in here, maybe they disappear from down here as you add them. I don't know. Yeah, they're fun. They're fun. It's called Good Mythical Morning because it's kind of like a morning TV show in a sense, but they do things like taste tests. They play various little games. It's fun to just put on. It's weird to see remove when we want to add. Yeah, but I feel like if we removed it from there, then the UI would shift because like you'd add it and then it would like jump up above. I don't know. Is Mythical Kitchen part of that? Yeah, they are. So they do really cool. See, this is the point where honestly, let's implement a filter because I want to show you some of the videos that they've done. So on the video list page, we can just have like an inline filter. Here, I think. Because this literally iterates over all of the videos. So, let's add a little search box. What's up, Whittington? Welcome in. I need a search box from Skeleton. List. Text field. Yeah, I responded a little bit ago, Harsh, but I think the main thing is to take breaks. Like, I think if you're not enjoying it, that probably means you've had too much of it. So you probably need to try to take a break. Take a break. Forms is the button that I want. So yeah, take a break. And sometimes coding is not enjoyable. Like sometimes it's cumbersome and takes a lot of time. And literally input class input. Yeah. What if I've been doing it for a year and I've never liked it? it might not be for you, but at the end of the day, like you don't have to love it, right? Like I think a lot of programmers like programming, so it's like nice that they can have a job doing programming. But for some people, they just treat it like a job, right? Not everybody likes their job, so that's okay. That's okay. I think it's harder to grow as a programmer, and potentially harder to advance in your career, like if you don't have a passion for it. But at the end of the day, it is just a job for a lot of people. So yeah. But yeah, I think the other thing is like if you're already in the career and you've started hating it, you can find tech adjacent things to work on. But yeah, for me, like I've always been a problem solver, and like to me it's fun to like solve these little bits of little challenges. Okay. We want to have a filter value here. And then we will get ourselves a little filter. Starts off as the empty string. And then the filtered videos. Are going to be data.list.items. Oh no, it's not, is it? It's data.stream.videos. That's a promise. We'll do this. Filtered videos starts off as an empty array, and then it's going to be an array of that. And after that, actually, we'll do this. We'll say all videos is the same thing. And then result here is that. So here we'll say all videos equals result. Once the promise has resolved, we put it in this variable so that way we can use it. And then we can also have this, and we'll say filtered videos is all videos. We'll say if filter has a value, then we'll filter it. So this gives us the video, and we want to know, does the video dot title match this regular expression? Filter regex. And that's going to be a new regex with filter, like that. And if it matches, we return it. Honestly, we could do... No, we'll just do this. This is easy enough. Then we'll match on the filter regex like that. And if there was not a filter, the filtered videos are just all of the videos. Easy. Filtered videos assigned a value, but never that. That's fine. That's fine. Here is where we show the filtered videos. Easy. All right, we've done it. I think. Is it going to work first try? Let's see. I realize I just stopped talking to the chat, but I needed to get that done. I needed to do that. So if we go here, we can see all of the videos. Great. And we have this little input box, and we can now search, and it should filter this list. And what I want to search for is will it? And we broke it. We broke it. Also, like, the UI isn't the best, but that's fine. Will. So, WILL. Oh, you know what? They don't name the videos what they actually are. So it's filtering them. You can see we filtered down to it, but we honestly, we want to match against the description as well. So if video.description matches that, or the title matches. So if the description or the title. Yeah, this is okay. This is better. So, now there are only 7 results though, but this is like, will it Pop-Tart, will it cheesesteak, will it lasagna? So they do these kinds of videos where, so like for this one for instance is, they make several different kinds of lasagnas. But the only reason that I'm bringing this up, yeah.
To earn the esteemed title of brownie, all you gotta do is be a baked good made with chocolate and square in shape. The rest is up to our imagination.
Okay, as I've gotten older and wiser, I've learned to live by. So it's like.
So the only reason I bring this up is because the Mythical Kitchen are the people that actually make these things for the the Willets. What is this one? Will it? I guess they're making brownies out of everything. There was one they did, I think it was something like with Cheetos. Insana, thank you for the Prime. I don't know. This filter is kind of broken. It searches on every keystroke. Yeah, so we should we should add a debounce. Can you style the YouTube iframe? You have limited control over it. Yeah, you have limited control. But what you actually can do is basically prevent their UI from even popping up by like wrapping it in a parent container and then like put your own controls on top of it. But I do believe that's actually against the terms of service if you do that. Because like technically there's a JavaScript API, so you can pause it, play it, change the volume with JavaScript, and then like hide the rest of the controls. Yeah. Filter the description, match separately, and then append at the end so the title matches show up first. I like that. So you're saying city guessing is against their TOS? Yeah, basically. All right, I'm actually just gonna remove the work that I just did, or am I? Because here's the issue. Every time we go to add a new feature, I forget about all the other things that we need. We need debounce. We need better styling and spacing. We need animations to change when it goes in and out. Debounce is actually really easy in this case, though. We can say, we'll put it out here. Let's say the let filter timeout. Equals -1. And then here we'll say clear timeout, filter timeout, and then we'll say filter timeout equals set timeout. 1 sec. So after you've stopped typing for 1 second, we will do that. And so timeout returns a, that's not right. That's fine though. It's a number. It's a number. Timeout to type number, maybe. No. No. TypeScript's having a real hard time. Cool. This I can't. This is a simple debounce. So basically, every time the filter changes, we clear any timeout if it was there. Otherwise, we set a timeout to update the filter after 1 second. But if you type another letter again, it'll clear that out, and it will do the next one. So honestly, we could probably do like, I don't know, 500 milliseconds. So now, that would probably work, wouldn't it? do it as a satisfies number. Timeout does not satisfy the type, but it does. It actually does. There we go. Okay, let's work on the styling. It needs some breathing room on the little input there. And we'll add a placeholder. Enter a term to search. We're not going to add a placeholder because we need to internationalize it, and I don't want to do that. Return type of set timeout. Oh, I like that. That could work. But also, it's a number. Why can't it just be a number? But now I can type all day, and as long as I'm typing, it's not trying to filter the list. But the moment I stop typing, it then filters the list. So that's nice. Now, why does it keep doing this? What is it? Oh, I don't want to set timeout. Did I do a set interval accidentally? No, set timeout. Why is it logging an empty array so many times? It's cleared right here. Look at me. Oh, you're right. You know, it might have to do with the fact that the page had some weird stuff going on. Okay. Will it? It just keeps logging. So if you typed something, we want to filter it. If you didn't type anything, or if it's empty, then reset it to all of the videos. I have a dependency cycle. And because of this, maybe? So this only reassigns if there is no filter. What's my dependency cycle? Honestly, I don't. Maybe I don't want a labeled statement here. Is there a watch, or is this how we do a watch in Svelte? There is no watch. I'm not doing on change. I just bound the value here. do videos.filter in the template. But then I can't do a debounce if I do videos.filter in the template. I guess so. If I didn't do the binding directly, then I could have my on change like this. Yeah, you're totally right. This should fix the weird dependency cycle then. So when it changes, do the thing. I don't need to set all videos either. Well, I do because this is a promise from the back end. Like how would I have to I guess I could do a .then inside of here. It's not showing anything. I guess you're right. I guess I can actually just do this. Do then videos.filter in the template. But again, I don't want, I guess I would have to, in that case, I would just be modifying a different filter variable. You have like current filter and then active filter, and you debounce that. So active filter gets updated after 600 milliseconds or something like that. I don't really like that. Also, this should work. Why isn't this working? This should set the videos. Also, I apparently I froze the web page. Filtered videos is all videos. But I guess I lose track of, so the reason that I have two variables is the videos are filtered from the backend. So if you look at the server, this is a promise, and so we could like await the promise in here, which is why I'm doing this. So basically, this awaits the promise once, and now we just have access to it. That's the only reason I'm doing this. This isn't anything weird. This is literally just wait for that promise to resolve, and now I have a variable that, I guess this doesn't even need to be a labeled statement. It can literally just be that. So like, yeah, wait for the promise to resolve. That way we don't have to await it anywhere else, and then we can just use it. Yeah, there's the list of videos, and okay. Maybe it was the weird labeled statement right there. Okay, now if we search for Willert, filter changed, empty string. I need this to be a bind? Oh, when did that become a const? What are you doing? Yeah, I guess it didn't update the variable. Bounded? It is cached, but it still technically has to get returned from the backend. Okay, this seems to work. Like it doesn't run it a bunch more times. What was our timeout set to? 500? Oh! Yeah, on change, does it only get called on blur? Yeah, it only gets called on blur. That's the issue. We want on key up. I was like, why is nothing happening? Or on input? Okay. On input, I think is what we want. Yeah, so technically those are still cached, but I mean, I think it's like across all of these channels, it's like 3,000 videos. That's what I want to see. So like it clears the timeout a bunch, and then finally it doesn't clear the timeout, so that it debounces it. All right, I'm done. And yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you could definitely disagree with how I did this, but ultimately I have this all videos variable because otherwise I would have to await it like right here. So right here I would need to say videos equals await. I guess technically I could do it at the top here. Here, I think if I do this, people would probably be a little bit more happy. The other issue, though, is I don't want to, if it's not resolved yet and like they're typing into the filter, I don't necessarily want to await it. But now if I did this, then this becomes videos like that. This should work the same way. Is this the video I'm looking for? Will it Cheetos? Yeah, this one was so good. They made all the different kinds of Cheetos. Like, wait, why didn't this show up in my? Oh, we're not doing case insensitive. I was wondering like why are things not showing up? We need to do a case insensitive search. Well, so here's the thing, Amasil. Like, how would you build this with Svelte? Like, what would you do differently to make it easier? Or like, how would you do it with SvelteKit? Yeah, this is a debounce. This is basic. This is what I've done here. So basically, I can we've broken it. So this await apparently doesn't. Oh, because on page load, this function isn't going to get called. See, this is why I did it this way. It looks funky, but honestly, it seems like the best solution. Because on page load, this is going to resolve, set the variable, and then up here we have access to it. Okay, Now if I search for Willet, what? Oh, I got rid of the case insensitive match. There we go. Was it really that far back? Willet Cheeto. Here it is. I don't know. We got down this rabbit hole, but
It's so accurate.
one of the really cool things about some of the Willets that they do are like, first of all, they have a like their art department literally recreates packaging to like match the thing that they're trying to make, and then the Mythical Kitchen is in charge of like actually trying to make the Cheeto, Coca-Cola flavored Cheetos. So yeah, you'll see all the Willets that they do, but yeah, the art department has a really fun time like actually recreating packaging and stuff like that. And then the Mythical Kitchen actually is the one to recreate the stuff. Yeah, they are very consistent in in their uploads and everything else too. All right, that's it for today. I think I'm just gonna merge into main. And call it a day. I guess before this, I need to run a type check. Because I'm pretty sure there's some issues with my with this thing. Which is in the create route. Good progress considering how it started. Yeah. But also we have a to-do. We need to refactor that thing. I think we do this because I know that it's not going to be null. Cool. Thank you, Origin. Appreciate that. And thank you you've been here since the beginning. Appreciate that. Yeah. I'm exhausted. What about you? All right. I think for the time being, I'm not going to make any more like devlogs for listed unless something big happens. Maybe we'll do like a summary at some point. Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate all the votes of confidence, everyone, because we did get off to a pretty rough start today. But yeah, I'm just gonna merge this work in progress here. What did we even do here? Yeah, update list styles, add edit page. Thoughts on the labels in Svelte? Does it feel weird to use? Not really. I think you get used to it. But as you just saw, I was misusing it. Somehow I was causing multiple updates to be called on that one line. So yeah. Yeah, so the dev experience with React is much more manual than like with Svelte or Vue. And the main thing is because of hooks. So with React, use effect requires a dependency array. So when you're working in React, every time you use a use effect, you need to make sure that you pass the right thing into the dependencies array. And you could get it wrong. You could leave one off. Like you could forget. So you can install a linter that helps with it. But the fact that you have to declare it manually is tricky. The other thing is when you have multiple use effects that are like potentially waiting on different dependencies, and like it's hard to predict what order they'll get called in or like what order they would update things in. So ultimately to me the dev experience with React is very cumbersome because of the just dealing with this one thing use effect. And then also like use state as well, because use state is also very manual, right? You give it some initial state, and then anytime you want to update it, you need to call the setter function. But you also need to worry about immutability, which means that you typically would bring in something like immer that helps with immutable updates. So you can't just do it directly in React. And so that's also cumbersome. So trying to like spread an array or spread an object, or if you have like a deeply nested update, that's also very cumbersome in React. So there's that. So these are the parts of the developer experience that are cumbersome in React. Really, it's just like working with hooks in general. There's also a lot of rules around hooks. Like hooks can't be conditional. And the other thing that like I kind of only realized recently is like they're also like on the surface, like the way that you write them is also somewhat inefficient, right? Because you're writing these inside of a render function. That render function is going to get called on every render, right? Which means that even though the function you pass to use effect technically doesn't need to get recreated because the dependencies the dependencies haven't changed, it still gets recreated because it's JavaScript, and you literally have a function declaration there. And so that means on every render, that function is going to get recreated. Now, obviously, that may or may not have any effect on like the performance, but it is something to think about. Whereas, if you look at a Svelte component, and I mean, you can just go try this. Like, go to svelte.dev, click on examples. It's just so much cleaner. So like you don't have to deal with all these use effects things. You also don't have to worry about dependency arrays. You don't have to worry about copying objects for like deeply nested state updates. The one gripe you might have about Svelte is the template syntax, because it is different than JSX. But everything else is just way better and it's just built in. So like this is literally how you define a state variable in Svelte. It's just a variable. And in this case, we're rendering it out. But if I had some code that modified that variable, it would instantly be updated. I don't have to call set update. If I had some function, thank you, Solaric. I guess I'm not trying to complain either. Like I'm trying to do my best to describe what I'm talking about here. But yeah, thank you for that, Prime. If you had a function that modified this variable, the view would instantly update. You don't have to call set name or anything like that. The other thing that's potentially cumbersome in React is there's no built-in styling solution. So if you choose React, you have to decide, do you want to use emotion or styled components or JSS or CSS modules? With Svelte, you get that by default. So if you define a style element here, these styles only apply to this component, plain and simple. What else? Yeah, and so this is what I was talking about with a state update, right? There's no call to set state. You literally just modify the variable and it gets reflected. Props are way easier to specify as well. So like typically with React, if you're not using TypeScript, you would bring in the prop types library. But if you are using TypeScript, you need to define your prop types for every component you define. It's actually really easy with Svelte, and you don't even have to define separate types. Like you literally just define the things that should be props, and now you could put a type annotation on here. Like I guess if you look at my example of what I was doing earlier, you will see these are all of my props. And so I basically just define this is what I want. And like at this point, they're kind of just variables that I can use, but they're now also props that can be passed in from the other side. But yeah, so is there something you would find too complex when done with Svelte? No. I mean, maybe I don't have enough experience with it, but it's like basically almost everything. If you compare the implementation in Svelte versus the implementation in React, Svelte is almost always less code, less things you have to worry about or think about, and yeah, it's plain and simple. I think where the biggest complaints people have with Svelte are first the fact that it uses single file components. So you have a single file that has your script, your template, and your styles for that one component. Whereas with React, you can define as many components as you want in a file, and some people prefer that. And then also people don't like the template syntax here. So in Svelte, you don't do like a ternary. You actually use this templating syntax here. But that actually has a performance implication because these can actually be optimized away because of how they're written. Whereas in React, like it can't optimize away a ternary statement. Like that always has to be there in the template. So yeah, if statements, people don't like that. The way that you iterate are these each blocks. People don't like that. What else? Yeah, in my experience, that's been any React developer that sees Svelte, that's probably their main complaints are the way the templates are defined, and then the fact that it is single file components. So yeah. Yeah, I'm coming around to the syntax. But yeah, so yeah, that's Svelte. And then Vue, honestly, all of the same things about Svelte are like, why I don't...
With the right tool.
I don't want to watch a video. All of the things about Vue are very similar. And like the newer Vue with like the composition API, if you look at a Vue component, it almost looks like a Svelte component. And actually, I think it was the version before the current version of Svelte, it looked exactly like Vue. Like they didn't steal. I guess they were inspired by the Vue syntax. But when you start to get down to how do they actually work under the hood, Vue actually uses a virtual DOM just like React, but it has an optimized virtual DOM. So if you look at in their docs, Vue talks about like in comparison to React, Vue uses the virtual DOM, but it actually creates an optimized version that you don't get with something like React, where it can basically create a virtual DOM tree that only updates one small section of the DOM tree instead of needing to update or needing to compare against the entire tree. There's some compile time optimizations that happen. So the virtual DOM tree is like it's their implementation because of the optimizations are faster than React. But then Svelte doesn't use a virtual DOM at all. It literally, whenever you compile this, it just gets turned into like vanilla JavaScript with like a couple of utility functions. So like there's these, you see when it gets compiled to JavaScript, there's a few functions it brings in from Svelte internal, but other than that, it's just JavaScript code. So that's why Svelte is typically like, it's way easier to make Svelte stuff more performant, is because it just gets compiled or it just gets turned into plain JavaScript. There is no virtual DOM, there is no runtime. Whereas with Vue, there's still a runtime. The virtual DOM is a bit more optimized than React. And then React has a runtime and a virtual DOM and everything else. So yeah. Yeah, and so I think that's the other thing is like if you can't get over the syntax of Svelte, Solid seems like a good place to go, because they have a similar rendering idea of Svelte in that when you compile it, it just gets turned into plain old JavaScript. There's no runtime, and then Solid also has signals which don't require like manual dependency arrays and stuff like that. So what's up, clever programmer? Welcome in. I don't know. That was a fun little rabbit hole, Solrak. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, honestly, once you try Svelte, I don't know. I feel like if you actually have a React developer try implementing one of the same things they've implemented but with Svelte instead, I think it's really hard to argue that it isn't simpler and it doesn't require less code. We're comparing React and Svelte, and also talking about like Vue and Solid. I don't know. That said, really the thing that React has going for it is the ecosystem. Like, it's been around the longest. People have created all kinds of libraries for it. So I think that's the other thing that is like a little bit misleading, or like something you don't necessarily think about. Like, when you choose React, you're also choosing to make a bunch of other decisions about like state management. Like, so what do you use for global state management? What do you use for your styling solution? What do you use for your router? All of those are like decisions that you have to make. Whereas like if you choose Vue, pretty much all those decisions are made for you. And if you choose Svelte, very similarly, like most of those decisions are made for you. Yeah, and like React is fine. It's totally fine. But I think it's like, I guess if you're newer to front end dev and React is the only thing you know and the only thing you've ever built with, it probably is like pretty tricky to even try to understand why do people use other things, or like, or to even understand that there can be a better way. There can be a way that's not as like manual or as cumbersome. Yeah, so the thing is like, so yeah, Next, and I've talked about this before. Yes, it is a framework, but you still need to choose a global state management library, and you still need to use a styling library, and you still need to choose potentially like a data loading and type safe library. So like Next gives you some things, but it's still missing a lot. Which like, I guess for some people that's fine. That's like, it's like they'll bring in a library to do those things that it doesn't have. And honestly, that's probably why React is so popular and so widespread, because it's extremely unopinionated, which means every single team that picks it up can kind of do what they want with it, which is good and bad, right? So like, but I think the fact that developers have so many opinions is, I don't know. It is a thing though. Yeah, of course. You build, yeah. And that's why I'm still saying, like, if you want to build with React, do it. But if it makes you happy, great. But I think one of the issues is like, so I before I ever worked with React, I first worked with AngularJS, like Angular 1. And then eventually I learned Vue. Well, actually, no, I guess I learned React before I learned Vue. But I've been programming long enough that I know that, and not that I know, like my past experiences of like building apps and building like user interfaces, has and was like way less cumbersome than it is with React and like the apps that I've built with React. So like I have that experience to constantly like contrast it with, which is why when I'm using it, I feel that pain. Usually. Sometimes, and I think this is the other thing that React potentially causes, it's like engineering for engineering's sake. Have you ever seen Redux sagas? So I worked on a very large complex React app that used Redux sagas, and it was just one of the most like convoluted, like, and also like you had to know what like generator functions were. And then also I guess like Redux before Redux Toolkit was also, it just felt like engineering for engineering's sake. It's just like code because we could write code. I don't know. Yeah, I've played around with server components. They're fine. It's like it's a very simple model. I feel like having worked with SvelteKit and also worked with server components, I kind of like the way that SvelteKit does things, like being able to separate your pages and your layouts into separate files, and that also dictates like where that logic goes. I don't think it is GG. Like it's close. It's closer, but the mixing of server components and client components, I think, is still pretty clunky compared to how do you do it with SvelteKit. Because with SvelteKit, you don't label it as a server component or a client component. It just takes care of that. Like if it needs to be server rendered, it's server rendered. But if it needs to be client rendered and it can be client rendered, it will be client rendered. Whereas like it's more more strict with server components. Yeah. I guess, I mean, I haven't dug that deep into it. I mean, we can look at the next app that I was working on. So I've got my app directory. Oh, I forgot. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna use the new app directory, and I was like, oh, this app literally can't benefit from server-side rendering. There's literally a homepage, and then everything else is JavaScript. I guess that's the other thing. Is like, depending on the app that you're building, you might not even need Next.js, because like literally, this is my server component. Get all of the stuff from the database and then render it onto a map, which needs to be client side. Like, you don't have like a server side rendered map. I mean, you can, but this specific app is fully JavaScript. There's like no reason to even use Next.js or even server components or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. What am I doing? Did I merge this in? I did. I deleted the branch. All right. I'm going to go. Let's go on a raid. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you for this constructive conversation. And nobody did any name calling or anything like that, which is good. If you're a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And I appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for bearing with me. Like, the first hour of the stream, I was just trying to... Come on, Limotes. The first hour of stream, I was really distracted. I feel like potato eater could potentially be construed as actually like a bad thing for certain people. I don't know. Yeah, so follow me over on YouTube. I got lots of stuff over there. I have a course I just launched surprisingly on React. But honestly, would you rather learn React from someone who's like blind to the issues of React, or would you rather learn React from somebody who has a lot of experience with it and knows all of the ways that things could potentially be done better? I don't know. Check out my course and follow me on Twitter. Oh yeah, you can check out my personal account too. I do IRL streams over there on W3CJ. I'll probably be doing one tomorrow because there's Cinco de Mayo celebrations here in Denver. So there's like a festival. I'm probably going to walk around tomorrow. So that'll be pretty fun. So if you follow my personal channel, you'll see my IRL stuff. And maybe early in the day, we'll work on the app that I was working on yesterday. I don't know. I'll see you later. Be well. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you all. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.